The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting of September 19, 2023 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Novell E. Francis. Senator Francis, absent.
Present.
He's present?
Present. He's here.
Okay. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Madam Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have established a quorum. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondent dated September 19, 2023. Address to Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands 00804. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I will be absent from today's Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting, scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on the island of St. Thomas. I am presently out of the territory attending the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute Leadership Congress. Please accept my apologies for being absent. Please forward any pertinent information to my office. I would greatly appreciate your patience and understanding. Sincerely, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. That concludes the reading of the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And today we will hear testimony on 4 leases between the Government of the Virgin Islands and businesses within our territory. Of course, all leases are required to be ratified by the legislature. However, of course, we know that the legislature does not have the legal authority to amend any provisions of the leases sent for ratification. So I'm going to say good morning again to everyone. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to everyone within the sound of my voice. Good morning to my colleagues that are here. And today is National Voter Registration Day. And I'm going to ask that you check your voting status and encourage others to do the same. Register 1 new voter in your respective community in the Virgin Islands. And if you can, use your social media platform to share voter registration information. It is important to exercise your right to vote. As we begin today's meeting, I want to take this opportunity to send prayers again for our post auditor, Mr. Vincent Samuel, who was injured a few days ago while crossing the road here, the street here, leaving or coming into the legislature. As the post auditor, he still continued to do his best to get the work done and completed for our respective but 2024 budgets. So I just want to ask each and every one of us to pray for him as he recovers from his injuries. And if you haven't reached out to him, please take some time out and reach out to him. Of course, he could be doing better, but injuries are injuries, so please keep him in your prayers. But I must say, I have to give him a shout out that he continued to stay in the paint to ensure that we were able to wrap up our 2024 budget. So you will note that on today's agenda, that it says Block 3, 2024 bills, and it doesn't list the bills. We're waiting for the legal counsel office to complete the bills and to get the bills performed. And as soon as that happens, we will be able to move forward. And of course, this is not new. We have some challenges this morning with our printers within the institution. So just bear with us, but we are committed to moving forward and wrapping up our 2024 budget after this long August summer. So I have before me this morning two leases in this block, and I'm not seeing Mr. Jeffers. Mr. Jeffers, are you here? Okay, you should be in the well. I'm not certain. Well, he's not in the well. So, colleagues, we're going to consider two leases this morning in block number 1. As we shared, one is for St. Thomas Rescue, and the other one is for Mr. Dave Jeffers, doing business as Dave Trucking Service here in Anna's Retreat. Okay, so we have the Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Vincent Richards. So we're going to ask the testifiers to please put their name and title on the record. Usually when we have bills like this, we would ask who speaks to these particular leases. Mr. President, do you wish to do that, or do you wish for me to proceed?
Morning, Madam Chair. We could go ahead and proceed. This is a little bit, certainly property and procurement. I'm presenting the bills on behalf at the request of the governor through property and procurement. So they'll provide the additional information in respect to each of the bills before us this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the testifiers to please put your name and title on the record. And we're going to start with the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Vincent Richards. Mr. Richards, you may proceed.
Good morning, Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement's Printing and Property Divisions.
All right, and Mr. Liston Thomas of St. Thomas Rescue, please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning, Liston Thomas, President of St. Thomas Rescue.
Thank you. And Mr. Dave Jeffers, please put your name and affiliation with Dave Trucking Service on the record.
Good morning. Dave Jeffers, proprietor of Dave Trucking Service.
You have to please raise the mic. Yes, thank you. Raise the mic and come a little closer so we can hear you. Okay.
Good morning.
Yes.
Dave Jeffers, proprietor of Dave Trucking Service.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Richards. So we are here again to discuss two leases, and you may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Richards.
Good morning, Committee Chair Donna A. Fred Gregory, Vice Chair Novell E. Francis Jr., committee members, Senators Blyden, Fonseca, James Sr., central staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in chambers, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I am Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Printing Divisions of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I am testifying today on behalf of Commissioner Designee Lisa M. Alejandro to offer testimony on the proposed lease agreements for the St. Thomas District, which are before this committee for consideration. Today, the Department of Planning, Property and Procurement requests this committee's and ultimately the full Senate's approval for the lease agreements between the government of the Virgin Islands and St. Thomas Rescue Incorporated and Dave Jeffers, doing business as Dave Trucking Services. These lease agreements require legislative approval in accordance with 31 VI Code, subchapter 205. Their terms all commence on the first day of the month following the approval of the governor and the legislature of the Virgin Islands. The rent payable under these leases shall, after individual grace periods, be adjusted annually, including any renewal term in accordance with the Consumer Price Index, increase established by the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. These lease agreements all require a minimum of $1 million in general liability coverage. As a premises owner, the Department of Property and Procurement will be required to execute all permits and licenses required for the premises. These two potential lessees have provided the required documentation to support the processing of their respective lease agreements with the government, included but not limited to their respective business licenses and certificates of good standing. The lease agreement between St. Thomas Rescue and the government of the Virgin Islands is for parcel number 146, revised subbase number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of a one-story building that resides on 8,271 U.S. Square feet, or approximately 0.189 U.S. acres, more or less. The property will be used for as a long-term headquarters for all of St. Thomas Rescue's related activities during the lease. The term of this agreement is for 20 years, and the lease agreement provides for two 5-year renewal options. The annual rent for the above restaurant parcel, it will be for $1,200 annually, payable in monthly installments of $100 during the term of this lease. The lease agreement between Dave Trucking and the government of the Virgin Islands is for parcel number 142B, Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, consisting of approximately 6,627 square feet, or 0.014 acres of unimproved land, more or less. The property would be used to operate the general offices of the trucking company and for other related purposes. The term of this agreement is for 10 years, and the lease agreement provides for 2 additional 5-year optional periods. The annual rent for the above referenced parcel will be $6,000, payable in equal monthly installments of $500 during the term of the lease. These proposed leases will allow the prospective tenants to repurpose and significantly rehabilitate these properties in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The properties will be returned to the GVI or the government of the Virgin Islands at the end of the lease terms in an improved condition. The Department of Property and Procurement and Commissioner Designee Alejandro always seeks tenants that commit to establishing long-term tenancy and remain current in all government obligations. The Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests that the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance vote in favor of these proposed lease agreements. If approved, these leases will, pardon me, if approved, these leases will assist the these locally owned businesses and nonprofits to execute expansion plans and improve their operations. They will also contribute to the ongoing growth of the U.S. Virgin Islands and the long-term stability and expansion of our economy. This concludes my testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any question the committee may have on the reference lease agreements. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. We'll now hear from Mr. Liston Thomas. You have testimony, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am. Good
You may
morning.
proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on Budget and Finance and Appropriation and Finance, all all senators present, and legislative staff, listening and viewing audience. I'm Liston Thomas, President of St. Thomas Rescue. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in parcel number 146 Submarine Base, number 6 Southwest Quarter, proposed lease agreement before your committee on behalf of St. Thomas Rescue today. St. Thomas Rescue is a nonprofit, excuse me. St. Thomas Rescue is a nonprofit organization, has been in existence for over 43 years, and we are all volunteer group trained emergency service responders and dedicated to assisting the residents of St. Thomas. We are immensely proud of our 62 men and women volunteers from various occupations that are committed to assist in a time of need. Once the proposed parcel number 146 Submarine Base number 6 Southwest Quarter renovations are completed, this building will serve as a rescue headquarters and training facility. Likewise, having the building, it will be secured in a location to help us to safeguard our PPE, which is personal protective equipment, files, medical supplies, and other provide adequate storage for equipment. St. Thomas Rescue plays a critical role in responding to emergency calls such as medical, vehicle entrapment, marine incidents, search and rescue missions, just to mention a few. The leasing of 146 number 6 base quarters plays a vital role for the rescue volunteers as well, now to have a permanent facility to call our home, as well as a place to conduct training and meetings. Okay. To describe our efforts, I would like to summarize some of our major accomplishments that we have. We have responded in the 22-23 fiscal year. Thus far, we have responded to 97 medical calls, 64 motor vehicle accidents, 197 events and outreach services provided to local and government entities, trained 11 rescue personnel in emergency medical responder certifications, and we recruited 20 additional individuals. St. Thomas Rescue will accomplish the following goals, which was, I will list them, however, what was not funded, is the summer training program, the community safety cardiopulmonary resuscitation program, the first aid and automated electronic defibrillators, community support outreach to other government entity, install of water life safety equipment, on beaches. In closing, I would like to thank the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance for their support in the lease of parcel number 146 Submarine Base number 6 Southwest Quarter to house St. Thomas Rescue, and I'm prepared to respond to any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. We'll now hear from Mr. Jeffers of Dave Trucking Service. You may proceed, Mr. Jeffers.
Good day to the 35th Legislature Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance. I am Dave Jeffers, proprietor of Dave Trucking Service. I have testified prior before the committee for parcel number 6, Southside Quarters 99B-3, subbase number 6. My business was approved for said plot. I have an opportunity to relocate to 142B, Estate Honors Retreat number 1, New Quarter. I paid the sum of $4,100 to the government of the Virgin Islands property procurement. I am hereby in agreement with the new lease before you for the purpose of my trucking headquarters. Funds that were paid to property procurement will be transferred to the new proposed property by former Commissioner Thomas. I would greatly appreciate the committee's favorable approval in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffers. And we've heard the testimony of the Deputy Commissioner as well as the two testifiers that's asking for their lease to be approved today. If you don't have it in hard copy, you should be able to go on a drive and see the post-audit report. These two leases that's before us is pretty straightforward. The one thing that I will ask though is that the Department of Property and Procurement submit the requisite information. I'm not seeing on the post-audit report is saying that the business license and the like are not included. So I don't know if it was an oversight, but we're going to ask that we make sure that we have those for the files for our legal counsel. Okay? You recall sending them up?
Like customary, by the end of the day, we'll have all the
Okay.
information to Ms. Russell.
Okay, very well. Thank you. So, colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. And I'm going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff, good morning. Mr. Richards, Mr. Jeffers, and Rescue, good morning. And thank you guys for your testimonies. Let me start with, well, I appreciate the Chair requesting those documents because it was noted in the post-audit report that we do not have those documents, and that's important for us. Also, in respect to the both of those agreements, I do support both of them. But let me just ask quickly, first starting with with Rescue. In respect to your lease, it speaks to $950,000 improvements to the property in terms of your repairs to the property. Have you secured funding for those repairs?
At the time when we requested the lease, we did have a secured funding source of CDBG. However, that funding is lost at this present time.
So how do you, what's your plans moving forward in respect to once this lease is approved in terms of being able to repair the property? Because you also spoke to other investment in terms of outside space for training facility and a school. So what does that look like in your plans?
Currently, from the first funding source was lost, we went ahead and applied for the revitalization program at CDBG for doing the renovations of the building and the outside facade. That is still pending. We are waiting for information back from CDBG whether we applied for a $50,000 loan, not a $50,000 grant. However, with the engineering study came back,
1 minute.
we request $102,000 for that project.
Wow, so I see you do have some challenges. I hope that you do get approval moving forward because Rescue does a lot for the community and it plays a vital role. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we can assist you in your endeavors. Also, Mr. Jeffers, good morning. In respect to your agreement,
30
it speaks
seconds.
to relocation. Where are you relocating from at this point? Where are you at right now?
My business,
Yes.
I have my equipment at my lot because I also own a Paradise car dealership. So I have them there in the back.
So this property is going to be just for the office space and other
It's always going to be for office, correct?
and other related purposes. Okay,
Yes.
very well. Let me ask you though, in respect, so there is no investment in terms of the space. It's just
Time.
the lease.
Say that again?
Are there any related expenses in terms of improvement, or it's just for the lease only?
Yes, I'm going to erect a building.
You're going to erect a building, and the
Yeah.
funding. Have you secured the funding for the building?
It's over a period of time, yes. I'll do it out of pocket.
So it's going to take some time to
Correct.
get the funding and erect the building.
Correct.
Very well. Well, thank you both again for your testimonies. And Madam Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Let me take this opportunity to recognize non-committee member, Senator Diane Capehart. Senator Capehart, thank you for being here. I know, yeah. So Senator DeGraff is always here. So, Madam Clerk, can you please mark Senator DeGraff as present? Thank you. All right, Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, to all the viewing and listening audience, Deputy Commissioner Richards, Dave Jeffers, and Liston Thomas. Special welcome. First I'd like to start by giving big up thanks to the Honorable Governor and the Lieutenant Governor. We recently had that town hall meeting discussion at CAHS Gymnasium. Ms. Roebuck and all the voices that came out, the administration listened to you. Bravo to the St. Thomas administrator. They clean up Michelle Motel, that's right, they clean it up. But whopper, power still out September 16th, 17th, 18th, today the 19th. I listened to our people complaining on the radio, whopper. Can you give those affected a little current in the morning, man, so the children them can take a bath before they go to school? And that rotation schedule you got out, I can't depend on that at all. It's off bad. Apparently Whopper was digging to repair a water line, but instead they destroy feeder 13, the main electrical transmission line on the waterfront. And feeder 13 is a 34 kilowatt electrical line. It looked like Whopper don't even know where they bury their own line. Well, sir, Popa. Okay, so I want to go here to Mr. Jeffers real quick. Okay, so it's a 10-year lease. What is the proposed cost
1 minute.
to complete the building? And do you have funding in place? Mr. Jeffers?
The proposed cost would be at least about $80,000 to erect an office, and maybe, I don't have no other plan right now at this point.
Okay. And you plan to start that renovation, that outfitting, how soon?
Once the lease is
Okay.
approved, within a month I'll start to clear the
30
property.
seconds.
Okay. Question for Vince Richards, Deputy Commissioner. Okay, so you give testimony here that the properties will be returned to the GVI at the end of the lease terms in an improved condition. But let me just ask a question. Just say that one of the lessees make $100,000 improvement to raw land to construct a building. At the end of the lease now, do they get any consideration, or the government just inherits that improved project? How does that work?
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, at the end of the term of the lease, the improvements to the property,
Time.
the improvements attached to the property then vest in the property owner or the landowner, which would be the government of the Virgin Islands. So the ownership of the attached improvements will revert back to the people of the Virgin Islands. At that point, the government can choose to re-enter into a new lease, or the parties can do otherwise.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the central staff and staff of the legislature, as well as good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to thank you, Mr. Richards, for your testimony, and certainly recognize the testifiers, Mr. Dave Jeffers, who I've known for many years, as well as Liston Thomas, who I've also known for many years. Mr. Richards, I wanted to ask you, St. Thomas Rescue have provided service to this community second to none and saved this government hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years where they have performed, extrication, marine support, search and rescue missions at no cost to this government by volunteers over the years. And I wanted to know, you traditionally, when we recognize and support these type of civic organization and nonprofit organization, we usually lease properties to them for $1 a year. And while $120 a month seems to be reasonable, $1,200 annual, why is there such a fee in this situation?
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, we at Department of Property and Procurement, we established the base charge of $1,200 a year for nonprofits. It's a way for the Department of Property and Procurement to at least recoup its costs in terms of our software that we've invested in and we spend or expend money monthly for subscription services. So it's for us, it's a sub-zero game.
I hear you, Mr. Richards. And under normal circumstances, Deputy Commissioner Richards, under normal circumstances, I will totally agree with you. But under this circumstance where rescue
1 minute.
provide service to this community, again, it's total volunteerism that support this endeavor, save lives. I think that there should be some reconsideration in this instance, and that we should be in support of perhaps $1 a year for the use of this property. Also, can I ask you to at least have a discussion with the commissioner and revisit the costs associated with this particular lease?
Absolutely, Senator.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much. And real quickly, Mr. Jeffers, what happened to your previous? I know you came before us previously for a similar lease. What happened in that scenario?
Can I direct the question to property and procurement? Or you want me to say?
I'm directing the question to you, sir.
It's a long story. Anyway, I was approved. I never had access to the property. I never got keys. That's from
Time.
back in 2019. Okay, my first concern, I had a concern because I was told there was underground tanks below the ground. And with my trucks traversing through and through, my concern was that the weight could cause the ground to collapse. I don't want to cause anyone any injuries or possible death. So I addressed a letter to Property Procurement where they made an investigation with the Army Corps, and they responded finally after a few months stating that the ground was secured and the tanks were backfilled. Since then, I never was able to get a key. And, the two tenants that are actually there now wanted to have access to the property. So Property Procurement asked me if I'm willing to withdraw from the lease, in which I did, and they will find me a suitable property. I had already started to pay Property Procurement, and the then commissioner told me in a meeting that no rent will be paid until I have a suitable property. So now that's why I'm going for this new spot in Honors Retreat.
Very well, thank you. I think it was important to hear what transpired there in this matter, because I know that we actually gave a lease previously. So thank you for your response. Thank you for the time. Madam Chair, I ask for my colleagues' support in moving these two measures forward at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So currently the lease agreement between the proposal here with St. Thomas Rescue is $1,200 per annum. How do you generate your revenues, Mr. Thomas?
We receive an allotment through Vitima that comes from the legislature annually, and that funding is for operations purposes only for St. Thomas Rescue. Other funds comes by fundraising, and any donation received from the community in some of the outreach events that we provide services to.
So share with us, and I think, the Senate President sort of sparked my interest when he made the comment about the work that you do, what you do for the Virgin Islands. So share with us some of what you do throughout the year as it relates to saving lives.
Well, in a nutshell, St. Thomas Rescue is a secondary response agency to the primary governmental agencies throughout the territory, primarily St. Thomas, and sometimes assist our counterparts in St. John or St. Croix in various outreach services for major events, Carnival especially, the food fairs in the various districts, the art fairs in the various districts. And the emergency side, we backed up before the merger, EMS, and support fire services. Now in the merger, we do both. And the Marine Division, we are still the number one on the Marine side because we only one have the Marine capabilities to assist in the Marine. And we do joint response with FEMS currently. And we provide also drone support as well for those entities. We have trained emergency personnel, starting from CPR, first aiders, advanced, all the way up to paramedics within our agency that our members volunteered out to assist the community.
Okay. And Mr. Richards, so I know that in the lease agreement there's a requirement to do some improvements on the property, and I believe the senator before the first senator to speak asked about the remodeling and the repairs. What discussions are you having with St. Thomas Rescue as to their ability or capacity to actually complete these improvements as per the lease? Because there is a $950,000 improvement requirement in this particular lease. And it shall be completed no later than 12 months of the commencement of the date of the lease. So tell me, an organization like St. Thomas Rescue, how are they really going to reach this goal?
Vincent Richards for Department of Property and
Or
Procurement.
requirement is what it is, yes.
Thank you. Pardon me. Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, this is the first time I learned that their previous funding source has evaporated, but I would state on the record that I would support an amendment to the lease agreement after the fact to accommodate them. I would. We've been working on this project for a few years.
Yes.
I believe it was disrupted for one reason or the other, force majeure. But they are an asset to the community. I'm very proud to have helped them find a home, and we will do whatever we can do to amend the lease to make sure it works for them. Because if it works for them, it works for us as a community.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Thomas, how much do you receive from the legislature appropriates VITEMA, issues the funds. On average, how much do you receive annually?
Annually, norm is supposed to be 200,000, but lately, for the past years, we've only been getting 175,000 for our operating budget. And then we request special appropriations every year through the legislature to get special appropriation to assist in the other projects that we can't get completed. This current year, we submitted a request for an appropriation for $175,000 to assist us in this project for the same building that we are speaking about today.
I see. I'm not certain what number we came back to for rescue because we were challenged with our budget this year, but we are going to have a mid-year review. So, because we have to make sure we do a review to ensure that the revenues are in fact aligning with our budget appropriation. So we plan to do a mid-year review sometime in March. So if you see that the number is lower, once we do that mid-year review, we could give consideration. And how based on the lease, how do you intend to make that 950 within that 12 months? You getting grants or something?
Well, we applied for the revitalization program at CDBG. They have a number of programs that they have, and they're behind schedule in it, so we're hoping that...
Okay, so that's a good thing. All right, thank you. Senator James, you recognize for your 3 minutes. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Yes, I'm not a member of this committee, but I see fit as these bills that are coming out of this committee today and will be seen in my committee tomorrow. I don't see that there will be any problems, especially for bill number 35-0077. You seeking a long-term headquarters, first I have to just say I commend the volunteers because there are a few organizations here in our community that people step up to the plate. And this is one that even though you're a secondary response team, you didn't even mention one of the most serious things that I look at, that you also respond to dealing with hazardous material. And with that being said, being volunteers, these individuals are putting themselves out to help us in the community to be a second response team. So I am in full support when this comes to rules. Because ensuring the safety and the well people of the Virgin Islands is very important. Bill number 35-0095. I just wanted to ask, do you have any plans for growing your business? Like, how many employees do you have presently? Sir? That would be for you. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Jeffers.
I presently have 2 employees.
2 employees. So do you have any with your proposal of getting operating
1
this
minute.
general office and trucking company, other related purposes? Do you plan to grow your business, to expand your business?
Yes.
More employees?
Yes.
Can you talk about that?
Okay, I do have the trucking. I have dump trucks, backhoe, so you don't have enough operators actually on the island. So you have to hire people here and there. But I have 2 steady employees
30 seconds.
with me. I also have several other businesses. I have a dealership, used car dealership. Okay, I have the trucking, I have limousine service. Okay,
So with all of these, you said 2 employees or 3 employees?
2 employees just for the Dave trucking.
So with the other businesses, you plan to grow and
Yes,
get
I'm
more
growing
people
everything.
employed?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
Time.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. First of all, for rescue contract, tear it up. I urge my colleagues, don't vote for that rescue bill here today, because if we pass it so, then he locked into this $900-something thousand. We shouldn't have to pay. Rescue provide a service that's priceless. Rescue to save lives. We go and we vote this bill here through, then he get locked into it. when the contract get tear up, then we bring back the bill and we give him the property. Done it. $900,000 is a lot of money for rescue. Every day they're out there selling water, doing this and that, and then every day somebody need help. They're right next to you. Mr. Thomas talk about rescue for 45 years. Mr. Thomas been doing rescue longer than that. I remember all the years as a police, you couldn't get this man away from you. Every place he's showing up to help save somebody's life for free. Own equipment and stuff. Hey, Mr. Jeffo, what was your job before you have these businesses?
Police.
A police officer, retired. It's an honor to have you in anybody's neighborhood, so you know I support you. But it's a funny situation. I'm not against rescue, but I think if we pass this bill here going forward, Friday is the next session that they're going to pass through, probably going to lock him into $900,000 to fix a building. Mr. Richards, they have no, Deputy Commissioner Richards, they have no reflection on you. You say you will take it back, so I appreciate that. But I think if we pass it, we're going to lock him into that $900,000, not for rescue. And Mr. Thomas, where you from?
St. Thomas.
Savan. Tell them you're from Savan, not St. Thomas, Savan. Okay? But I think, you know, let's be reasonable in what we're going to do here. We're giving them appropriation, but to cover $900,000, we don't have the money to do that. So let's not go look for that money wasting time. Don't vote for this bill here today. Don't lock him into $900,000. No. That's my stance to the end. And if I'm going to stand alone, I'm going to stand alone. But I support rescue 100%. Like I say, Mr. Thomas started, he must have been doing rescue from about 13, 14 years old to now, volunteering, buying everything out the pocket and thing. That man is a gem. That's one of our icons here in the territory, and I support you 100%. But I know anytime we're going to pass this bill forward, I know you're going to say, hey, I ain't going to support it, but once we pass it forward, then you're going to come up with $900,000. You shouldn't have to do that. I urge Property and Procurement Commissioner, take that bill, that lease, and tear it up. Tear it up, then put it through the shredder. Then take it out the other end and bury it in the ground. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to see it again.
Time.
Mr. Jeffers, I support you 100%. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So, Senator Savanero, just know that he went to Lincoln School around the field, okay? just remember that part. Yes. So, going back to the 950, that's a required improvement. Do you know when you are going to get word from the Community Development Black Grant Disaster Recovery Office as it relates to whether or not you won the award?
Well, last conversation, last Friday, they're still behind schedule reviewing the applications. They're behind. So I have no way. However, we did safeguard some funding from last fiscal year budget to immediately start the repairs, because our hope is to try to get into the building before end of this fiscal year, so we don't have to renew our current lease as to where we are.
Oh, so you are not currently in this on this space?
No.
So where are you currently?
We're currently in downtown Charlotte Amalie behind the new old district attorney building, and that rent is costly per month.
Yeah. Okay, so I understand what my colleague is saying. The improvements are necessary. I think that the consideration, Mr. Richards, is to give them at least a 36-month period to get the building improved based on their request, and it also allows us as legislators to actually look at this and to see how we can assist down the road. But he has a legitimate concern. He cannot afford his lease. I want to make sure that my colleague from Savannah is listening. He can't afford his lease where he's at now, so he wants to get out of it before the end of this month. So this is very crucial for us to move forward. I think when I opened, I said that we cannot make any amendments to leases. So the only thing that we can do is hold it, have them make the changes and get it back to us so we could vote it up in session, could do a special order, whatever. But I agree too that with my Senate President that an entity like Rescue should really be paying the government $1 a year. I mean, $1,200 is a negligible amount in the grand scheme of things, but they are providing a very necessary service to this district in particular. So these are two things that we would like to have considered. What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Liston Thomas?
I will agree.
Okay.
I will agree.
Okay, and then Mr. Jeffers. So, Mr. Jeffers, based on, I suspect that you are perhaps very frustrated, and based on your challenges, how long has it been? 3 years?
From 2019.
So that's been a minute. It's more than 3 years.
Yes.
Yes, so based on your challenges that you've experienced, you have worked out your issues with the Department of Property and Procurement, and you are definitely ready to move forward. I note in your testimony you made reference to the fact that you paid $4,105 to Property and Procurement thus far. How long ago did you pay that money?
From the very start of the lease. And at one point, my attorney got involved, and he told me stop paying. I requested a meeting with then Commissioner Anthony Thomas, who told me not to pay any rent until I get a suitable property.
So how are you running your trucking business now?
My trucking is from my car lot. That's why my trucks are parked and also my backhoe.
Okay.
I'm not going to house my trucks there because it's a school next day.
Right.
I'm going to have offices.
Okay, that was the next question I was going to ask you. Where are you going to be housing your vehicles,
Yes.
your trucks?
They'll be the house that they call at. So I'm going to just have offices at the new
I see.
proposed property. Yes.
Okay. Colleagues, I don't have any other questions. I'm not seeing Senator James. So we're going to give you an opportunity to give a closing on these two particular leases. We see that we have the testifiers in the well already for the next leases that we have before us. So, Mr. Richards, I know that you're going to be here with us for the other one. So let's hear your closing for these two particular leases, and we'll hear from them as well. You may proceed.
Senators, thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to your favorable vote and working with you in the future. And thank you.
Mr. Richards, I thought you were going to say that you see how you could work this matter so we can get Mr. Thomas, St. Thomas Rescue is more like it, out of the situation they're in now. When does the lease expire, Mr. Thomas? The end of September?
No, our lease expires January 31st.
Or the end of this year? So we have a little more time.
Yeah,
Okay, I understand. Okay.
Senator Gregory, I'm on the record already that I would support an amendment.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I would support an amendment.
Okay. All right. You want to close, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to thank the committee for working with us, trying to make this facility approval and beneficial to the community, to St. Thomas Rescue as well, to create a home for us through this year. We've been going through this as the Deputy Commissioner State for quite a few years, trying to get this lease agreement together and to make it fruition. So I'm in agreement in whatever favorable decision the Property and Procurement could come up with for us and moving forward. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Jeffers?
I would like to thank the committee for allowing me my testimony, and I'm looking for your favorable response in this matter because I've been waiting for a few years. Well, thank you, and you all have a blessed day.
Thank you. We will take the vote later on today, but I know that I am in favor of both leases, but I do agree that we need to give some further consideration to St. Thomas Rescue just based on what they work, what type of work and how they support the community here in this district. So the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 10 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the record?
Block 2, Bill number 35-0124, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and DEMA Inc., DBA, Moe's Fresh Market. Revised parcel number 17-3, remainder estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and unimproved parcel number 17-4, estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for operating a gourmet retail food market and store, butchery, importer of goods, restaurant, tobacco retailer, storage, warehouse and executive offices, executive and workforce suites, and for other related purposes. Senators Novel E. Francis Jr., by request of the Governor, and Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifier, Ms. Lisa M. Alejandro, Commissioner Designee, Department of Property and Procurement, Ms. Wada Sherez, Moe's Fresh Market. Bill number 35-0126, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Petrus Properties, LLC, for parcel number 47D-1, Crown Prince's Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, proposed by Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., requested by the Governor. Invited testifier, Ms. Lisa M. Alejandro, Commissioner Designee, Department of Property and Procurement, and Mr. Allison Petrus, Petrus Properties, LLC. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have all the testifiers for the two leases that's before us this morning in the second block. I'm going to ask Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards, you did read your presentation this morning, so if you can just complete it by including the two leases that's before us, that will satisfy the committee. You may proceed. Oh, no, you can't proceed. I forgot that I need to ask the testifiers to please put their name and title on the record. What's happening is I just saw former Senator Petrus come into the room, and I remember when I was in Charlton Mali High School, somewhere about 1982. No, it's before that because he graduated in 81. Somewhere about like 1979, 1980, and he used to play basketball. He used to be all the way off the ground. So I was like, wow, he looking a little older these days. So I got a little distracted. It's okay. All right, so I'm going to ask the testifiers to put their name and title on the record. I'll start with the Deputy Commissioner again. You may proceed, Mr. Richards, and then we'll go to the testifiers.
Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Printing and Property Divisions.
And then we're going to start with the Hameds.
Sure.
And we're going to start with Khaled.
Khaled Hamed, Operations Manager.
Isham Hamed, Treasurer.
And Wali Hamed, President of Moe's Fresh Market.
Okay, and then the Petruses.
Ali Petrus, President.
And
Kiana Petrus Abraham, Director of Operations.
all right. So I'm going to ask Mr. Richards to proceed with his testimony for the two leases that's before us.
Good morning again, Madam Chair and the senators.
I'm sorry. So I had asked the Senate President before, because he's the one presenting the bills, what was his pleasure with regards to the measures that was before us earlier, so I will ask the same question. Mr. President, what is your pleasure with regards to how we present these bills this morning for these two leases?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to quickly just give an opening statement on these matters, if you don't mind.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I certainly, again, presenting these bills on the behalf of the governor by his request through the Department of Property and Procurement. And today we have before us two notable business giants and economic developers, and really a true win-win for the government of the Virgin Islands, as these individuals will be leasing property, transforming them into usable space, and adding to the tax roll. You will both welcome Mr. Petrus and his wife, as well as the Hamids, and they're looking sharp today. I don't know, we were able to get them dressed up for today's presentation, so I'm happy to see that as well. But truly, again, these individuals continue to develop economic drivers within our community and really have usable, workable space that contributes to the not only the beautification of our community, but provide valuable services to the members of this community as well as the tourism base. So I want to thank them for their presentation and ask for my colleagues' support at the end of this to move these two leases forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm now going to ask Mr. Richards to please move forward with your testimony with regards to these two leases that's before us.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Fred Gregory, Vice Chair, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., other committee members and non-committee members, and the staff, as well as the listening and viewing audience. I'm Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement's Printing and Property Division. I am testifying today in support of these lease agreements on behalf of Commissioner Designee Lisa Alejandro. We're asking this committee and the full body for their support of these two critical lease agreements. These agreements require legislative approval according to the VI Code. Their terms commence on the first day of the month following the approval of the governor and this legislature. The rents payable under these leases shall all have grace periods and are adjustable annually according to the Consumer Price Index. The Department of Property and Procurement is required to execute all permits and licenses, all permits for the development of these properties. And these lessees are all in good standing, and we have current business licenses for them, which we forwarded to the body. The lease agreement between Mo's Fresh Market is for revised parcel number 17-3, remainder, Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. And that property is approximately 14,491 square feet. On it sits a steel frame structure. And also for unimproved parcel number 17-4, Estate Niski. Number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, consisting of approximately 13,207 square feet, more or less. The property will be used to operate a gourmet food operation, as well as a warehouse facility and other related purposes. The terms of this agreement is for 20 years, and the lease agreement provides 4 additional 10-year options. The annual rent for this property is $120,000 annually and payable in $10,000 per month payments. This property sits at the entrance of the subbase area, and we believe that it's going to be one of the catalysts for the rehabilitation of the subbase area. That we also ask for your support in the lease agreement between Petrus Properties for parcel number 47D-1, Comprinson's Quarter, St. Thomas, consisting of approximately 11,095 square feet or 0.25 acres, more or less. The property would be used to build additional commercial leasable space which will consist of a two-level commercial building that will annex an existing commercial plaza owned by the lessee. The term of this agreement is for 30 years, and the lease agreement provides for 2 additional 10-year option periods. The annual rent for the subject property is $32,400 per year, payable in the amount of $2,700 monthly. This property sits on the waterfront of St. Thomas and could only continue to enhance the existing property that's well maintained, and one of the properties I refer to as the gold standard in terms of development and upkeep. So we're happy to support this lease. These proposed lease agreements would allow for these prospective tenants to repurpose and rehabilitate GVI-owned property. The properties will be returned to the GVI at the end of their lease terms in an improved condition. Commissioner Designee Alejandro seeks tenants that establishes long-term tenancy and that remains current in all their obligations to the government. We respectfully request that this committee on budget, appropriation, finance vote in favor of these proposed lease agreements. These leases will assist these locally owned businesses to execute their expansion improvements of their operations. And without doubt, it will continue to contribute to the growth of the Virgin Islands economy and its stability. This concludes my testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any question this committee may have on the reference lease agreements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Richards. Who speaks for the Mo's lease?
I do.
You may proceed, Mr. Walid Hamed.
Good day, Honorable.
Speaking to the mic.
Good day, Honorable Donald Ferret Christian. Sorry, Gregory. Chair of the 35th Legislative Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance. Members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, good morning, and Finance. Other members of the 35th Legislature, listening and viewing audience, good morning to all. I am Walid Wali Hamed, Principal of DEMA. I appear before you today to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0124, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands through its Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement and DEMA Inc., doing business as Mo's Fresh Market. On plot number 17-3, Remainder Estate Niski, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas. And unimproved parcel number 17-4, Estate Niski, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for operating a gourmet retail food store, storage and distribution warehouse, executive offices, workforce suites, and other related purposes. Mo's Fresh Market is a well-known, successful Virgin Island company that has operated in the territory for more than 10 years. The principals of DEMA are Wali Hamed, President, Willie Hamed, who's Vice President, Mafi Hamed, who's Secretary, and next to me, Sean Hamed, who is the Treasurer. As the Hamed family, we cooperated Plaza Extra supermarkets for the past 30 years in St. Thomas and St. Croix. Subsequently, the Hamed family created its own company, DEMA Inc., and we have expanded our business to operate Mo's Fresh Market on the island of St. Thomas. We made these gourmet natural food store extraordinary success, making them the location of choice for shoppers in St. Thomas to meet the growing demand. 4 Mo's Fresh Markets have been established on St. Thomas at the following locations: Red Hook, Waterfront, Havenside, and most recently, Northside. The Hammett family has invested heavily in the territory and contributes thousands of dollars to charitable causes. We are prepared further to expand our investment in the territory by securing the lease that is before you today for parcel 17-3 and 17-4 Estate Niski, with the intent to transform the area by building a fifth Mo's location, a warehouse distribution center to support its existing locations, and an office housing component to the development. Mo's will invest over $7 million in this project. We'll generate at least 50 jobs during construction and 60 permanent jobs during the operational phase. This site really presents an ideal location for Mo's as a warehouse distribution center, which is very important. We do most of our distribution out of Florida, which really creates a hindrance and additional expenses. So finding this location and having this location, I think, is very important for us. I lost my thing now. Then we have engaged a local architectural firm to ensure that all redevelopment plans and design will preserve the historic character of the site, while constructing a modern facility that will enhance the property, as well as to improve the aesthetics of the surrounding area. We estimate the timeline for the project would be 18, I would say probably 24 months, depends on what really happens, from the execution of this lease and the acquisition of all permits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hamed. Who speaks for the Petrus lease?
Good morning, Ali Petrus. My daughter is going to actually present. However, I want to open by thanking the staff at Property and Procurement for working with us on this project, making this a reality. Mr. Richards, and especially Mr. Harris, who's not here, but I really want to thank the staff.
Good morning, Madam Chair Fred Gregory and fellow senators, along with the listening audience. As the Director of Operations of Petrus Properties, LLC, I come before you to request approval of Bill Number 35-0126, which is a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Petrus Properties, LLC, for parcel number 47D-1, Comprinz Gata. The property is located at the Frenchtown entrance of the existing Petrus Plaza West entrance. The property will serve as an expansion of the footprint for Petrus Plaza, which has been in existence for over 13 years. Since its inception, Petrus Plaza has been the home for many local businesses and our administrative office. It's with great pride that we boast of not having a single turnover in our tenancy since the opening of our plaza. The businesses that started with us are still with us. This speaks to our style of management. We are landlords that operate with compassion. We have worked with our tenants through Irma and Maria and COVID, as well as down cycles in the market. With a history of 100% occupancy and our willingness to grant leasing opportunities to local startups, we are here before you with a request to expand our footprint by incorporating 47D-1 Comprinz Gata into our commercial leasing portfolio. It is our plan to construct a 2-story building that will allow us to build out lease spaces for startups and/or growth of local businesses. The footprint will yield approximately 8 lease spaces, or approximately 8,000 square feet, with 13 to 15 parking spaces. It's extremely hard to predict costs due to inflationary pressures and unknown construction factors, such as whether or not piling will be needed. This is based on our experience with the existing Phase 1 of Petros Plaza. We thank you for this opportunity and look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you all for your testimony. Colleagues, we have I would venture to say, two major economic development leases before us this morning. So we're going to give this discussion 4 minutes. And I'm going to begin with Senator Blyden. But before Senator Blyden begins, let me just ask Mr. Petros, just for the sake of the audience, the listening and viewing audience, of course, currently where the Petros Plaza is, the development that you're requesting, that you're here for this morning, is to the the west, the north. Exactly where is it going to be positioned?
Petros. It's to the west of the existing Petros Plaza, which is the actual entrance of where the Frenchtown intersection, the light is. As you come in there and you look directly at the property, is right now fenced in. There's probably a container or two that's there. So that's exactly where it's at.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the Hamid family and the Petros family, and thank you both for your investments in this territory and what you have been doing over the years, not only to investment, but in terms of giving back to the community when it comes to charitable donations and alike. Thank you. And I will be supporting both of these lease agreements. Let me ask you, Wally, in respect to your lease agreement, it's going to be a gourmet retail food market, storage warehouse, executive offices, workforce suites, and other related purposes. What the square footage we speaking to? In respect
I'm sorry, Senator.
the square footage. Which, how large? How big is it?
For the Mo's location, I would imagine it would be between 5,500 as a physical retail store.
Exact location, is it where close to Gourmet Gallery used to be at down there? What the location, location?
It's right next to Niski Center, the steel frame structure that has been there for the past, I'm 61 years old, so it's been there for longer than I have been.
So it's going to be in that location?
Yes, in that same
That's an excellent spot, and that's an eyesore. So I think it's a great investment. And we're speaking to $10,000 a month?
Yes, sir.
It's a great investment, nonetheless.
It's kind of expensive, but
but it's worth the investment. You know, any investment is about, not what you put in, but what you can get back from it. And I think that's a great space. It's in terms of location and in terms of what you spoke to, the warehouse. The warehouse, as you say, is going to be a critical role for all of the other stores. So I think it's a great investment, and I appreciate like I stated, what you guys have done and continue to do. You spoke to a $7 million investment. $7 million, that's not a small investment. So it shows that you are vested in the community. Let me ask you though, because you spoke to, with that investment, you spoke to the marine industry. And we know how important the marine industry plays here in our territory. And in respect to the charter industry, that's the next piece that we really need to dive in more into in terms of us here in the territory. And you say between 18 and 24 months, and you speak to some 60 employees during the construction phase, and 50 during the construction phase and 60 employees once the operation comes online. That's
1 minute.
That's what you said, right?
yes, sir.
So it speaks volumes into the trickle-down effects in terms of taxes, corporate taxes, individual taxes, jobs. So I appreciate that investment, and thank you so much. Mr. Petros, good afternoon. Senator Petros, former senator. You spoke also to your investment. And I know when you were here last time, you had a rendering of exactly what it looks like. And it was a beautiful, beautiful plaza. I know
30 seconds.
you spoke to not knowing exactly what it would look like in terms of the spaces, which is 8 space. Because, of course, when it comes to construction, and as you said in phase 1 with the piles, etc., it's hard to estimate. But based on the drawing you had, what type of investment we speaking to in that respect within the ballpark? You don't have to be exact.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. But it's probably about 1.5 million or so.
Okay, very well. Again, I appreciate what you have been doing also in terms of giving back to the community. And we appreciate your investment. And I wish both of you guys success, continued success. And I will be supporting both DCs. And thank you so much for your testimony and your investment. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and pleasant good morning to all the distinguished panel of testifiers. A great example of local businesses that are continuing to prosper and thrive in the community. I wanted to start with Walid Ahmed first. So this now will be the 5th location down there by Sub-Ace, right? This will give you the 5th warehouses, etc. Okay, good. Because, you know, it's so interesting because I wanted you to be able to explain to the public a couple questions that I've had in the past. And it relates to food prices, inflation in the territory, and to your return policy of, goods that may not have been, the freshest. So if I was to go, and I imagine this would be a storehouse for the Plaza Extra location too. This area will be a warehouse for those goods?
No, sir. It's only for Moe's.
Oh, it'll only be for Moe's?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Moe's still have the same thing. So since you're here, this is a question for Plaza Extra. Suppose I buy some bread or some, what do you call them thing again? Blackberry, right? Blueberry, blackberry, blueberry. And I open the container and they're mushy and they're soft, right? I buy some blueberries, I going home to eat, I open them, they're a little soft. What is your return policy on those products? How can we get our money back or get a new product?
Well, Senator, I have to correct you. It's not Plaza Extra. It's the market.
Yes, the market. In the testimony here, it says Plaza Extra Supermarkets and St. Thomas. But yes, I know it's a market.
Formerly, we co-operated the Plaza Extra. Our new company is the market. We operate 2 stores, one in St. Croix, one in St. Thomas, and they're referred to as the market.
Yes, I know, but I'm saying in the testimony here in front of me, on page 1 of 3, you say Plaza Extra Supermarkets, and this is what you sent. So tell me about your return policy on the blueberries and some bread with a little green thing could be mold. How do we get our money back?
Well, that is, we have first of all, we really, really stand by our quality. You're not going to find a problem. You may find problems every now and then, but anytime you have a problem like that, we fully refund the customer or give it back to the customer or replace it.
Okay, that's good. See, community, so you hear it from the
1 minute
itself. If you got them little blueberry, the little mushy, and some green mold on your bread, you could take them back to the market and they'll refund you. Quickly, I wanted to go over to Mr. Petros. Another great example of a local successful community. So it's about 8,000 square foot, 13 to 15 parking spaces. Do you know how much more spaces you'll have for business?
30 seconds.
It's going to be, you're talking about in terms of
the new building, the 2 stories.
Yeah, in terms of additional spaces for lease.
Yeah.
Approximately about 7 to 8.
Okay, that's very great. That's very great. So, I noticed you said that it's hard to predict, the prices, due to inflationary pressures. But ballpark, more or less, what kind of investment you're talking
Looking
about?
about 1.5.
Time.
1.5?
Yeah.
Okay, and I am definitely in support of both of these bills, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So let me ask Mr. Petros, do you require approval from the Army Corps?
No, it would be just CZM. It's in the CZM.
Just a CZM.
So still got to go through that process.
Okay, so you have to go through the CZM permitting process. I asked the question because I note that Property and Procurement is asking that you complete the build-out no later than 48 months. So have you already, is there that communication between yourself and CZM as it relates to what you intend to do with this property?
No, but talking to working with the architect at this point.
Okay.
And when we have something of substance, we can take to them.
All right, because I know sometimes it takes quite some time to get it done. So, it kind of puts you under the 8 ball when you say 48 months. Seems like a long time, but it's really not when you're waiting for that permitting process. That could sometimes take exorbitant amount of time. So I hope that you get through in a timely fashion so we could get the project moving. Senator Blyden, you have a point of information. You recognize for your point. Please recognize Senator Blyden's mic. Thank
you, Madam Chair. Mr. Petros, I neglected to ask you in respect to the 8 lease spaces, and I know you already have a character in terms of the type of businesses you have in a plaza right now. What type of businesses are we speaking to in terms of local entrepreneurs that will not conflict with what you already have? What type of businesses are you looking
Well,
to,
it'll be a combination of restaurants, offices, and we always get a lot of requests, people who want to open like a hair salon or something like that. And so right now we don't have any availability, and so we're looking to create availability for other local people who, want to do something.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Just to Senator Blyden's point, will there be any consideration for small office spaces for individuals who intend to do consulting services, that kind of work?
Yes, we will have, based on the design, or what I'm looking for anyway, is to accommodate things like that. People who have like small, real small businesses that, because, they don't have the opportunity to rent in a lot of different places. So that's what we want to do, be able to provide that opportunity.
All right, very well. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Senator, oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Senator Francis stepped off. I have to let him know. So we're going to go to Senator Capehart. Senator Capehart, you ready? You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning, testifiers who are here before us today. You guys have already made your mark in our community, and coming before us to ask to create new opportunities or grow your success, how can you say no? You're generating revenues for our coffers. You're attracting investors or individuals who want to open businesses, offering more retail space. So I just have to say I commend you. Moe's, every time I go into Moe's, I don't know if they still do it, but I just like that when you walk in is, good morning, good afternoon, welcome to Moe's. You rarely see that when you enter a store, and it makes you feel good to come back. Mr. Petros, your gas station, everybody at that facility is always pleasant, always accommodating. How could you say no to businesses who have made their mark in our community and are trying to expand. So, Madam Chair, I am not in this committee to vote, but I know these two businesses that are before you today would be passed and be sent to rules favorably. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. I vote yes, anyhow. But, you know, when I see Mr. Hamid come in here, well, the Hamid gentleman, you know, I said, okay, one of them have 2 bodyguards. Then I see Ali, Mr. Petros come in here. I see you walk your bodyguard, come to find out your daughter. It's a proud moment for me to have your daughter here sitting with you, because I know we know each other from boys, and to raise, you know, I have daughters too, you know, that alone, and then to see Mr. Hamid come. Wait, brothers?
No, well, Sean is my brother, and Khalid over there is my son.
Okay, so we know they're going, are you going for 100 years? We know with your daughter, your business is going for 100 years. So I support that. The family makes a difference in the community, because we raised by the village. So to see the family come is impressive. Now, both companies, disabled persons access, is that taken into consideration in both entities being built?
Ali,
each of you.
Ali. Yes, as a matter of fact, you have to. You don't have a choice. Based on the permitting process, you still have to be ADA compliant.
Right.
So if you have 2 stories, you have to have the elevators, and you always have to have accessibility and accessibility ramp. So it must be ADA compliant.
Okay, great. And
Wally, yes, sir, we do, and our facilities dictate, and we go according to the law.
Okay. For Mr. Hamid, the facility that you're talking about, I think when they dug out that property, it seemed as if they may have really dug real far into the existing hill. Do you know if that was addressed, or will you have to put a wall or anything? Because again, you know, it's a hurricane belt we in.
Yes, sir. The property is that's the unimproved property, which I believe they refer to it as 17-4, and that's going to be used for our parking lot. No, we haven't done any physical work yet. We don't have any permits on it, but we did clear it up. We did clean it up. We got rid of a lot of junk that was back there over the years, with the help, of course, of property and procurement every now and then. Once we got our permits, we would move in and we would design a parking lot to be on in the back of the store.
Oh, okay. And Mr. Petros, in regards to the property that you're looking at, there is an existing structure on it. Has there been any historical value placed on that structure?
No. That structure will be demolished.
Okay. Okay. I just checking. So you satisfied with the lease?
Yes. Yes.
1 minute.
Mr. Richards and his staff, they've been great to work with.
Okay, good. And Mr. Hamid, you satisfied with your lease?
I would say it's a little bit expensive. Once again, Mr. Richard did a great job with his staff and with their office.
Yeah, I just wanted to close out, you know, with Mr. Richards' colleague. He's been doing this for a while, so he gonna bring us a good lease, you know, except that one for rescue, but he gonna bring us a good lease. You know. But thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
30.
You take a joke,
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So let me just ask, so the property, where the location for the Moe's Market, I know there's a steel building on it right now, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So are you demolishing that, or are you building? Tell us what's happening.
Well, it's you know, as everybody this the steel structure frame, where you could say has been there for ages.
Yes.
How long? I know it's been there for a long time. So what we're going to do, we have plans on enclosing the building. We're using the same structure. It's a solid structure, and we've had our engineers look at it. We're going to enclose it, build the store towards the front, Moe's, and then most of the property is going to be used for our distribution center. Currently, our distribution and warehouse for the Moe's brand comes out to Florida. It's it's another level of cost, another level of aggravation, a lot of level of everything that you can think of. Once we have the distribution center at that location, it'll be a lot easier for us to operate. And this way we can actually bring better quality. We can do better pricing because we can control our cost. Once we have the bottom floor, we envision the bottom floor would be the warehouse and most. On the second level, once we have approval, we would do the offices or maybe some living space for our staff. The back lot that you see that Senator Blyden referred to has been cleared up in the past 3 months. That's where the parking lot or the main parking lot will be.
Okay. We're going to hold you to the better price, innit?
That's the plan, and that's the reason why we're here.
Okay. Mr. Petrus, before I go to Mr. Petrus, so do you have renderings of what you're proposing?
Yes.
Could you share them with the committee, please? Though you have them here with you today?
I have them, and I think the property, Mr. Richard, but property procurement has that.
Mr. Richards, did you forward the renderings to the committee?
I believe not, Senator.
You know, that's a very important part of the process, right? So can you please have the renderings shared with the committee as we make the decision? It's very important that if we have two major economic development businesses here and there's rendering, it's important that we at least have a look-see. So can you forward those to the committee, please?
Acknowledge. I'm pretty sure the staff is paying attention and they're going to be
Yes.
forwarding it shortly to Ms. Russell.
Thank you, so I can share it with the other members of the committee. Do you have, I don't think you said you have renderings, Mr. Petrus. You don't, correct?
Well, I had them the last time I was here, but I just have black and white copies now, but I can
That's
provide.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we have both of the renderings shared with the committee? Senator James, Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Before I get into my line of questioning, I would like to say happy 40th Independence Day to the people of the St. Kitts and Nevis Federation. And I look forward to attending the St. Peter Episcopal Church today at 6:30 p.m. for the 40th anniversary Independence service. And I would also like to say a speedy recovery for the cyclist on St. Croix who got injured in a hit-and-run accident. I'm hoping and praying for the family as that individual had to be flown out. Whoever did that, do the right thing. You wouldn't like somebody to do that to you. As far as the leases that we have before us, it is a no-brainer. These are individuals who have been in business for many years, and just because they have been in business for many years, that doesn't mean we give them a pass. However, I appreciate anyone who takes the time to invest their hard-earned money and to start business in the territory. And we all know that the hardship and the difficulties sometimes and the red tape. But when all is said and done, we are getting the taxes, the fees, the various permits, the jobs, and the money circulation in the economy. Which leads to my question to Petrus. I see where you have a 30-year lease with an option for 2 additional terms of 10 years each. So my question to you, I know somebody would always try to bargain and get a lower price, but of course you are comfortable with the amount of rent you will be paying?
Yes.
And I'm happy to know that property and procurement goes based off of the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, and they go based off of the Consumer Price Index when they take these things into consideration. I'm happy to know that they have done the due diligence. Now, as far as the space, it is on St. Thomas. My question to you is, as far as parking, how many parking will you have available? Because it's a 2-story commercial building, and I'm assuming that you're going to have various commercial spaces. How many commercial spaces and how many parking spaces?
We have, it's going to be about 8 additional spaces, but we have currently, I think it's about 20 I think it's about 23 to 25 spaces, and it's going to be additional 13 to 15 spaces.
And as far as parking, I asked about the commercial spaces and the parking.
Yeah, there's going to be additional. This new annex is going to be 8 additional spaces, 7 to 8 additional spaces, and it's going to be about 15 parking spaces.
Okay, and as far as parking for those who are disabled, how many parking will you have for disabled individuals?
Well, there's always a ratio set aside based on the law and what DP&I would require. So I think it's going to be probably about either 2 or 3, but I think it's going to be about 2 additional.
And as far as it being ADA compliant, property and procurement, you have done your due diligence.
30
to make sure everything is
seconds.
ADA compliant, right?
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Yes, Senator, it is required in the lease agreement that they do meet ADA compliances, which compliance with the ADA, American Disabilities Act, which is a federal statute.
And that applies to every other single lease agreement that we have before us.
Yes, Senator, that is part of our template, Senator.
Time.
Just want to make sure. My time was called. Unfortunately, I was not able to speak about the additional leases, but I'm always happy to see Virgin Islanders starting businesses, and I'm happy for those other individuals. As far as Mo's, I am very familiar with the faces for Mo's. I used to work at Plaza Extra, and I know you guys are very serious individual, and thank you everyone else for your willingness to have businesses in the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. We're now going to go to the bill sponsor of the two leases that's before us. Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleagues for their probative questions and their support for these two measures. And I just really quickly had to step out, but I wanted to ask each of the lessees if you could just speak to the process, through property and procurement from concept to actually meeting today's date. If each of the lessees could just speak to, what was the process like for the benefit of the public.
Okay, I would start first. Petros, working with the staff at Property and Procurement, it's been a long process, but to no fault of their own. From Property and Procurement, Mr. Richards, they forwarded it up to, initially we did a 1-year lease, and that year lease allowed us to be able to do some due diligence. And he was gracious enough to give us a first right of refusal. Moved on to the next step after we got it rezoned, because it was a P zoning. So we came before this body, got it rezoned. After the rezoning to B3, now we are before this body after the lease went to, I think, the Attorney General's office, then to Government House, and then to here. But I can't fault anyone in particular for the time it took, but I know based on my past experiences that this has not been that bad. It could be worse. So I want to commend, the Property and Procurement staff, because especially, I can't understate this, especially a gentleman in Property and Procurement by the name of Mr. William Harris. Okay, he has been on top of his game. He works under Mr. Richards, and I want to tell you, you have a great group of people down there.
Mr. Hamid, Wally?
Yes, good morning. Wally Hamid for Almos. We started looking at this location back in 2019, and I reached out to Mr. Richards here scouting. Finally, we looked at it and said, okay, well, maybe this might be the right location. And that was really right prior to COVID. And all of a sudden, everything just took a halt. But at the same time, we still continued to communicate. We went back and forth. We were talking about certain ideas and certain developments, what we could do with it. And we looked at as well as what the zoning was required. We looked at what's available in that area. And initially, we had a problem with parking. Mr. Richard came back and said, look, I think I'm able to do something with, to the back of that location. We looked at it. He's a hard negotiator, and we started talking about numbers. And believe me, we spent probably,
30 seconds.
I would say, maybe 18 months going back and forth. And, you have to understand, back then it was COVID, it was lockdown. And to speak with him and to really rapport. I've known Vince for a long time. I've known Mr. Richard for a long time, but that doesn't mean that he was easy on me. Finally, we came to an agreement that was beneficial both to the VI government and Mose. We moved forward. Subsequently, we were able to get a one-year lease so we could do our due diligence and start working with our people. We started doing the renderings. We started looking at how we can really bring back this particular location. And then at the same time, we did a presentation for property and procurement to the commissioner. Well, let me revert back. I think we had to do that prior to getting the one-year lease. We made the presentation, and we were I guess, not the bidders, but the ones who qualified to go ahead and continue working or negotiate with property and procurement for that particular location. We got the one-year lease so we could do our due diligence and while working on the main lease. And finally, we were able to hammer it out and present it in front of the committee right now. And I would say thanks to Mr. Richard's ability and really shrewdness that he really showed me, and I have a lot of respect for him. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. I heard my time call. If I could ask the Madam Chair just to allow you to provide any recommendations of how you believe that we could improve in terms of the process, any recommendations or suggestions on that. And her time, I'll appreciate your response as we work towards the striving for excellence. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. You may proceed.
Yes, I think that the process is genuine. I think the process is seamless. I think you have a great staff under the commissioner and the deputy commissioner. I really don't think there's anything to improve except get rid of COVID, get rid of lockdown, get rid of all the stuff. But you never know. That's the act of God. Nobody could really do anything. I commend them on the job they did. I commend them on the time spent on it. Thank you.
All right, very well. I mean, I don't want to say that these leases before us are a no-brainer because these leases, I think, are... How much do you anticipate Mr. Richards generating over the life of these leases for the GVI in your business and commercial account? And the life meaning the first, what is it, the first 20? The first 30 and the first 20?
Senator, I don't have that number in front of me, and I try not to do math in public as a personal policy.
So the lease amounts...
But I have the analysis, and I can get the analysis to you shortly.
So just saying that in both instances is well over... what's the monthly here? These are millions of dollars. These two leases will generate millions of dollars to the coffers of the business and commercial. That's the account, correct?
That's fair to say, yes,
Of
Senator.
the Department of Property and Procurement. And of course, one of the things that we do is we use the business and commercial account to support the budget of the Department of Property and Procurement. So we are always excited to see Department of Property and Procurement expanding the footprint of the available government properties that we have in the territory, because it definitely assists us with how we budget and what they can provide as support to their respective department budget. You wish to say something, Mr. Richards?
Thank you, Senator. I can't add enough how critical both of these projects are for their area. Mr. Petrus adding to his plaza, taking down a building that's reached the end of its life cycle and putting up something that's new on the waterfront. That's going to add value to that property and every property around it. Same especially goes for the Niski or the Niski project with Mose and this group, the DEMA group. It is the entrance to the subbase area, and when this investment is done, when this project is done, it will only increase the value of the neighboring property. It will only become a catalyst for further improvement in the subbase area and for the GVI to realize a better rate of return on its property in that area. So they're both critical.
Thank you. And I did some quick math, and these in the first year, 30 and 20 years of these leases, we're seeing something like $3.4 million in total. So we definitely, and these are family businesses. These are Virgin Islands family businesses. So I too want to ask my colleagues to vote in favor of these measures, because these measures are very important to our economy, and it's honorable that we have Virgin Islands families that are interested in supporting what we need, goods and services. Absent of goods and services, not sure where we would be. So they are here to ensure that we are able to get the necessary services and goods that we need by standing up their businesses. So I too want to say that I appreciate you coming before us and offering yourselves and your family businesses to the GVI, and we are happy that the government of the Virgin Islands is able to provide space for you to be able to do just that. So, colleagues, I don't know if I have anything else to add, but I believe that's it with regards to these two leases. And just let me ask you very quickly, Mr. Richards, I know that, once you put your lease agreements in place, there are challenges that the folks that's before us may experience as it relates to the permitting process. So sometimes it may take longer than what you have clearly and squarely in your lease. How do you work with your tenants to ensure that they're not in default as a result of not meeting not the terms per se, but the timely improvements as per the lease?
Vincent Richards for Property and Procurement. The Department of Property and Procurement will do its part in terms of signing off on any and all applications for permits on the property. And, this project's success is our success as well. And we would remain engaged and flexible and adjust accordingly if so be it.
Okay.
I mean, in the last few years, we've seen things happen that we never planned to happen, and everybody has to adjust. Mm-hmm. And that happens in the private sector, and we hope to do the same as well in the public sector as well.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And I'm going to give the Hamids an opportunity to close. Do we have any other questions?
I have one.
Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Richards, in respect to the government and property and procurement, we have heard over the years in respect to a government complex, etc., whereas the government can do its business all in one area, mostly in one area, especially in some instances. And I look forward to the department looking out for the government itself in terms of goods and services, and also in respect to its portfolio when it comes to finding space for government offices in the future. So I just want to put it on the record. And thank you again for what you do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Bledin, and Senator Fonseca just reminded me that the two businesses that's before us will also help us to see new revenues generated within the territory around our gross CC taxes and our individual income taxes, which we so deeply need here in the Virgin Islands. So again, we can't thank you enough, and we look forward to seeing these businesses open. And don't forget, if there's a favorable vote, because this committee is only one committee, there's two other processes that have to take place, that we might invite us to the ribbon cutting, even if we're no longer senators. Because family business means a lot, and most definitely economic development here is what we need in the territory to maintain and sustain the services that we provide to our constituents, our citizenry here in the territory. Okay, so colleagues, should we just go ahead and take the vote? We don't want to hold them up. We want to take the vote? Okay, so I'm going to ask, we started earlier this morning, and there's one that we have to make a decision on. So I'm going to ask the sponsor to call up, I could ask anyone. Oh boy, and I think the senator left the floor. So I'm going to have to take a recess because we are trying to manage moving forward with our 2024 budget, so we can make a decision on our 2024 budget bills today, so we can have a budget for the people of the Virgin Islands come October 1. So our Senate President is sort of busy maneuvering, getting those bills together so we could get them to the floor. But we will vote in a few. So we're going to allow you to close. So we're going to start with the Hamids.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Chair, Senators, committee members, listening audience, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present the testimony today. And I hope that, and I guess, I'm not hoping, I guess you told me it will be approved. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Petrus.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, Senators, your colleagues on St. Croix also. Really appreciate it. And to the staff at the Property and Procurement, we really appreciate and we love this community, and that's why we continue to do what we do in this community. We have it no other way and go no place else. You know, this is home for us, and so we want to contribute as much as we can. And Mr. Richards and his staff have seen that, and so they have worked with us accordingly. And so here we are, and I really appreciate it and look forward to your favorable vote.
Okay, very well. We will. Do I hear a motion? Because I would really like to move forward.
Yes, motion. Motion.
Okay, do I hear a motion on bill number,
Motion.
So it'll be bill number 35, that's 0095 first, because we have to make a decision on 0077. You may proceed with your motion, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and colleagues. I move that bill number 35-0095, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its Commissioner of Property and Procurement and Dave Jeffers doing business as Dave Trucking Service for parcels number 142B, Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 6,627.393 U.S. square feet or 0.144 U.S. acre zone P as shown on OLG file number D9-8646-T012 to be used for the purpose of operating the general offices for the trucking company and for other related purposes be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and sent forward for further consideration so move.
Second.
Are there any objections? Bill number 35-0095 has been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff and Senator Marvin Blyden. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Noel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0095, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Dave Jeffers doing business as Dave Trucking Service for parcel number 142B, Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 6,627.393 U.S. square feet, or 0.144 U.S. acre zone P, as shown on OLG file number D98646-T012, to be used for the purpose of operating the general offices of the trucking company and for other related purposes, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
You recognize for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0124, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and DEMA, Inc., doing business as Moe's Fresh Market, revised parcel number 17-3, remainder Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and unimproved parcel number 17-4, Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for operating a gourmet retail, food market, and store, butchery, importer of goods, restaurant, tobacco retailer, storage warehouse, and executive offices, and executive and workforce suite, and for other related purposes, be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Are there any objections? Okay, bill number 35-0124 has been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Noel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0124, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and DEMA, Inc., doing business as Moe's Fresh Market, revised parcel number 17-3, remainder Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and unimproved parcel number 17-4, Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for operating a gourmet retail food market and store, butchery, importer of goods, restaurant, tobacco retailer, storage warehouse, and executive offices, executive and workforce suites, and for other related purposes, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration and action. Do I hear a motion?
Motion. Motion?
Again.
Motion?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
You recognize your
I
motion.
yield.
Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0126, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and the Petrus Properties LLC for parcels number 47D-1, Crown Princess Garter, Crown Princess Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, be approved by the Committee of Rules and by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Bill number 35-0126 has been properly moved by Senator Novalee Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Marvin Bladin, and Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Madam Chair, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0126, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Petrus Properties, LLC for parcel number 47D-1, Crown Princess Garter, Crown Princess Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration and action. All right, colleagues, we do have, we're going to dismiss you in a few. Just allow me to wrap this up. We do have our budget, our bills that we've worked on all summer, and we are in our third block. We will make the necessary approvals and discuss those bills that's before us for the 2024 budget. So we're going to give some time, give ourselves some grace, so we can make sure that everything is tight with these particular measures, because we know how important these budget bills are. And giving ourselves grace on this is not anything new. So we're going to take I think a half an hour recess. When we come back, we will make a decision on what we're going to do with Bill number 35-007 once we confer with the Department of Property and Procurement, because we do all agree that the St. Thomas Rescue, they do provide a very much needed service to the district of St. Thomas, St. John, and we would very like to see us working a little better with them as it relates to this particular lease. So we are all in favor, but we want to see how we could make adjustments, and of course we can't make them in this committee. So we're going to get the advice from our legal counsel as well as the Department of Property and Procurement to see what direction we could go in. That being said, I want to thank the testifiers for being here. I want to definitely thank the all of the businesses that came before us today for economic development purposes, because it matters and it's important to us here in the territory. So thank you, and again for stepping up and saying yes to doing business here in the Virgin Islands. So without further ado, we're gonna go to our recess. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will stand in recess until, let me check my watch. Oh boy, what time is it? It's 1, so until 12:30.
of mine. G6 Productions. Hey!
Okay, let's go. I have the. What is going to hit him again? The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance is back on the record. All right, colleagues, we did have a longer recess than we anticipated. However, we know what it takes to get our budget bills moving. We need to make sure that they are correct and ready to be voted on. So let me just share some quick information just for the public. So the budget bills that's before us, the general fund budget totals $960,193,760. And we have other funds that we've used to support our general fund budget, and that came up to $1,017,424,303. And what we did struggle somewhat with our revenues, and we are hoping and anticipating that we'll see our disaster-related projects come online in fiscal year 2024. So we are anticipating that we will see an additional $61.2 million in revenues as a result of our disaster-related projects. And we've also asked that the executive branch provide this budget, add to this budget, a portion of the ARPA funds to backfill the budget to the tune of $69.1 million. And that brings us to a $1 billion budget for FY 2024. This process has been very, very transparent. We've met and went over all of the numbers, and we are prepared to move this forward so we could get it to my sister committee, the Rules Committee, tomorrow, so we can vote on our budget when we have session. So there should be no surprises in our FY 2024 budget bills that we have before us this afternoon. So colleagues, traditionally we do speak somewhat on the budget bills that's before us, but I have to ask the Madam Clerk, I forgot to read Block 3 into the agenda, into the record. Okay? So you may proceed, Madam Clerk.
Block 3, FY 2024 budget bills. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will consider the FY 2024 budget bills. Bill number 35-0141, an act providing an appropriation from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands for the operation of the Government of the Virgin Islands during fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024. Sponsored by Senators Nobel E. Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0142, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expense of the Virgin Islands Board of Education for the General Fund of the Treasury of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Nobel E. Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0143, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Island Office of the Inspector General from the General Fund of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024. sponsored by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0144, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Island Career and Technical Education Board from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Virgin Islands, of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0145, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Island Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0146, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Public Employees Relations Board and the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee for the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0147, an act providing an appropriation for the Legislature of the Virgin Islands for the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0148, an act providing an appropriation for the operation of the judicial branch of the Government of the Virgin Islands, Judicial Council and the Office of the Territorial Public Defenders during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory and Dwayne M. DeGraff by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0149, an act providing an appropriation for salaries and expenses of the Virgin Island Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor for the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Where am I reading? Where am I? Okay, Bill number 35-0150, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority from the General Fund of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0151, an act providing an appropriation for the salaries and expenses of the University of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0152, an act providing an appropriation from the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority and the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for the operating expenses during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0153, an act providing an appropriation from the operating expenses of the Public Service Commission for the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novalee Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0154, an act providing an appropriation from the Business and Commercial Properties Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement for operating expenses during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novelli Francis Jr. and Dana A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0155, an act providing an appropriation from the Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund as a contribution to the general fund of the Treasury of the Virgin Islands for the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novelli Francis Jr. and Dana A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor.
Bill number 35-0156, an act providing an appropriation from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Department of Labor and the Department of Finance for operating expenses during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novel E. Francis Jr. and Dana A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0157, an act providing the lump sum appropriation from the Health Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Health and a contribution to the general fund for the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novel E. Francis Jr. and Dana A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0158, an act providing the lump sum appropriation from the general fund to the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service for fiscal year October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novel E. Francis Jr. and Dana H. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0160, an act providing an appropriation from the Virgin Islands Lottery as a contribution to the general fund for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30, 2024, proposed by Senators Novel E. Francis Jr. and Dana A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0161, an act providing an appropriation for the government expenses of the Waste Management Authority from the Sewer Waste Water Fund of the Government of the Virgin Islands for the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novel E. Francis Jr. and Dana A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 35-0162, an act providing an appropriation to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission for the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novel E. Francis Jr. and Dana A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0163, an act providing an appropriation from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, Office of the Governor, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Department of Public Work, the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, and the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novel E. Francis Jr. and Dana A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0164, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Motor Vehicle from the Transportation Trust Fund during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024. Proposed by Senators Novel E. Francis Jr. and Dana A. Fred Gregory by request of the Governor. Bill number 35-0165, an act providing an appropriation from the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund as a contribution to the general fund of the Government of the Virgin Islands for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024. proposed by Senators Noel E. Francis Jr. and Donna H. Gregory by request of the governor. Bill number 35-0166, an act providing an appropriation for the operation of Bureau of School Correction and Maintenance during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024, proposed by Senators Noel E. Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the governor. Bill number 35-0167, an act providing appropriation from the District Public Road Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for the repairs of the government road in Estate Krong and Hawk, St. Thomas, proposed by Senators Noel E. Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the governor. Bill number 35-168, an act providing an appropriation of $300,000 from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund in the fiscal year ending September 30, 2024 to the University of the Virgin Islands for the correction of two sheds at, for the construction of two sheds at John Bruce Beach on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, proposed by Senators Noel E. Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory by request of the governor. Bill number 35-0169, an act providing an appropriation of $500,000 from the Education Initiative Fund in the fiscal year ending September 30, 2024 to the Department of Education, Division of Curriculum and Instruction for final editing and proofing of customized Virgin Islands history textbooks, printing hardcovers edition of customized Virgin Islands history textbooks, and completion of K-8 social studies curriculum, proposed by Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory and Angel Borges Jr. This ends the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And that was a mouthful, right? All right, so colleagues, as long as this summer has been, I think that it matters that we have, I'm not sure if it's a debate time, but every senator, I think we've agreed that 2 minutes. So 2 minutes debate time. Senator Marvin Blyden, the bills have been called up, and basically you can speak to whatever you want to speak to. You're recognized for your 2 minutes, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues and the viewing and listening audience. First, I want to start by saying I want to give a big shout out and kudos to the chair for her hard work and her team and the dedication to this process. It's been several months. We have been here almost every day on the grind, and it will show in respect to a balanced budget as a result of that hard work. I also want to thank my colleagues in terms of those on the committee and on those who also come on a regular basis. Of course, the chair stated the budget is $960,193,760, and with other funds is $1,017,424,303. I must say that as a result of all of the hard work, we are sure that we addressed issues in terms of employee raises. We also focused on critical vacancies that needed to be assured that we kept those vacancies
1 minute
in the budget because many vacancies was removed. So during our oversight, we assured that some critical vacancies that actually brings in revenue to the government stay there. Also, during the markup process, my colleague and I also assured that we covered many areas to include housing, transition and homeless housing. We focus on mental health issues, crime issues, and many other issues.
30 seconds.
Where the government has shortfalls, but there are many non-for-profit organizations that really put in the work, and it's appreciated. And of course, during the town hall that the Committee on Housing had, it was clear that the continuum of care played a critical role, and we also saw it fit, my colleagues and I, that we fund the continuum of care, which will allow the
Time.
government to receive millions of dollars in grants. So it's important that, we go through this process and we do the vetting process. I want to thank my colleagues again and the chair for all the hard work and dedication in terms of bringing forth a balanced budget, which is our number one priority as senators. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon. And I'd also like to join in with my colleague from NADA and basically giving congratulations to all of those that worked so diligently on preparing this budget. I'd like to give special congratulations to Madam Chair. I know this has been a Herculean task. As been noted before, the total budget, the general fund is 960,193,760, and other special fund comes a total of 1,017,424,303. And in this budget, we've been able to continue to fund a lot of important agencies, such as the American Cancer
1 minute.
Society, the Catholic Charities, my Brother's Workshop, and several others. It's so important to be able to complete a balanced budget for the government of the Virgin Islands, and there's a lot of effort that goes into it. I'd like to also note one other time wherein
30 seconds.
our post auditor had an accident, and he was still able to continue to contribute and to work. And it just shows the people of the Virgin Islands the kind of effort that the whole legislature of the Virgin Islands puts into completing this task. Being a legislator is a very, very busy task. The good Lord has blessed us
Time.
with this opportunity to be able to help the people. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. And let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Thank you for being here, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues and also to the public. Today, I want to certainly start off by commending the Madam Chair of the Committee of Budget, Appropriation and Finance, as well as our entire staff, the Post-Audit Division, my colleagues, central staff, legal counsel, and everyone that worked beyond the call of duty to make sure that we're moving these measures in a timely fashion, and all the hard work that have been going on thus far in this budget process. We had over 66 agencies that came before us, to include the central government, the semi and fully autonomous agencies, as well as we had the governor's financial team before us, several times, as we continue to do our due diligence in moving this budget forward. All the heavy lifting has been done. Certainly we have done our due diligence in making sure that we're holding these agencies accountable. If you'll notice, on a lot of the measures that have been moved forward and the recommendation by the Office of
1 minute.
Management and Budget, a lot of the vacancies have been reduced in some areas, and what we're looking at is all of the critical vacancies to be filled. I must say that I'm a little disappointed that we had not been able to see the type of revenues realized that we anticipated during the FY 2023 budget, and I'm hoping that we could move post haste to see that in
30
the
seconds.
FY 2024 full budget. And of course, we're talking about some of those projects that involve the disaster recovery. I'm happy to see that we have started one of our schools and also the demolition of Charles Howard Hospital, but we have a lot more disaster recovery projects that needs to move forward. We'll be having a mid-year review so that we can continue to assess where we're at, where we're going in terms of this budget. But again, in the miscellaneous area, we have been able to fund some of those non-profit agencies, and we're hoping that they make use of this funding to make sure that we're as a better for this community. Thank you very much. At the appropriate time, we'll be moving all of these measures forward this afternoon. And again, I really want to thank the committee members as well as the non-committee members that participated in our Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee over the summer. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr., Senator Javon James Sr., you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. There is no I in team, but we have to make sure that we give kudos where it belongs. And I want to say thank you, Madam Chair, and to your staff for the hard work. And of course, to my colleagues and members of the Committee on Finance, and for those who participated, whether they are a member of this committee or not. Because dealing with the budget is one of the most important parts of our roles as leaders. So thank you to my colleagues who found it fitting to be here, not just once or twice every so often, but throughout the process. We really appreciate it because 15 heads are better than one. Bill number 35-0169, I'm happy to know that we are not just talking and we're about action. We saw where we have funding for the Division of Curriculum and Instruction for the final editing and proofing
1 minute.
of customized Virgin Islands history textbooks. It's about time. I'm happy to see that moving forward. I want to say to the Madam Chair, your vision is coming forward as far as the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. I really want to see some movement there so we can be able to fix our schools with all the federal funding that we have. We know one of the dark clouds over our head is the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. To the Taxi Cab Commission, get your act together.
30 seconds.
And I can't wait for us to bring the legislation to address some of the issues within the Taxi Cab Commission. As far as the Virgin Islands Department of Health, Bill number 35-0157, we saw where we have individuals in this community who are suffering from behavioral and mental health. We have individuals who are going through crisis situations and they tend to take their life. And I can tell you for the past 5 years, we saw several incidents of suicide. And I really hope and pray that we utilize the funding to be able to help these individuals who are suffering. And last but not least, thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing on the legislature of the Virgin Islands as a part of the budgetary process. You are a boss. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator James, for your commentary. Senator Diane Capehart, non-committee member, but definitely committed to this process. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the Virgin Islands. I just want to also commend Madam Chair for your diligence on this committee on budget and appropriations and finance. It was a pretty interesting budget season, I must say, and I'm glad I was part of the process. And I'm happy to see the finance team and the governor were able to balance this budget with that $69 million. But my question is, what happens if we don't have the availability of that APA funding, say, next budget season and after that? So that really concerns me. So I hope to see revenues realized to the balance, the budget in the next budget cycle. So I just want to say to your team, I have to send a special shout out to the post auditor who's not here today, wishing you well, safe recovery, and to your team, great job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. You know, it's my 7th year doing the budget. Madam Chair, great job. The team, great job. Everybody involved. And for 7 years, I always ask about wages, wage increases, and union contracts and stuff. And incidentally, we had the steel workers outside picketing today about not getting theirs, and they're issued. But I think one of the most important things to me, we put 6 million plus into miscellaneous to show that we support our nonprofits here who do the great things in this community. And, you know, in asking about unions and contracts and wage increases, I would have to say thank you to the president of this institution for presenting a budget. But you know I ain't gonna leave it go at that, because when I thank the central staff and everybody, I wanted to make sure there were wage increases in the legislature budget for the personnel in this first branch of government who are doing this great work. I don't function as good as I function without my great staff and the central staff. So to the central staff, thank you. The president said there's a wage increase coming. I'm going to keep a check on it because I'm saying you deserve it.
30 seconds.
And I don't agree with this. You have to merit system for wage increases and stuff. People coming out to work every day. That's merit enough for me. Then you put everything else, the infrastructure in place, then we go from there. But again, kudos to the institution for even stepping up to come forward. That's the first I've seen it in my 7-year, 10-year thus far, where the legislature presented a budget, and I hope that will continue going forward. So again, to your staff also, Madam Chair, great job, man. Jamila and the crew, to you guys, thank you guys very much, because again, it wasn't easy, but we got through it. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Francis Heiliger.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the Virgin Islands. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you to the Post-Audit Division as well as to the central staff for all the hard work that they have put in assisting us as senators with making sure that our budget is prepared in a timely manner. I continue to review the budget that is before me. Hopefully by the time we get to Senate session, everything should be, you know, on point. One of the things that I find in the wisdom of the legislature is that we made sure that we did not go along with this biennial budget that the governor keeps sending down, because we recognize that we have to do things based on revenues on an annual basis. And, you know, a lot of our funding that came in because, unfortunately, due to
1 minute
events such as hurricanes and COVID, and we had an influx of additional funds. And we're going to continue to see some of this because projects are eventually going to come online. But I think we need to continue to look at the budget on an annual basis so we could see what revenues are coming in so we could make decisions accordingly. I look forward and I hope as a Senate we try our best to see what other avenues that we could tap into to
30
bring
seconds.
more revenues into the coffers of the general fund so that we could have adequate funding to provide the services needed to the very people that we serve, the people of this territory. So as I continue with the process, and I hope that at the end of the day, we complete our task in making sure that we pass a balanced budget, hopefully with this additional $69 million. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. And I listened to all the comments with regards to the 2024 budget process. And I'll tell you that none of this, absolutely none of it, would have been possible without the work of those individuals in the post-audit division. Our new post-auditor, Mr. Vincent Samuel, Ms. Shirley Foy, Ms. Alinda Sebastian, Ms. Christina Colborn, Ms. Odette Gordon, Ms. Amika Heidman. But I have to really give a big shout out to, and I want to ask her to stand. I have to Nikia Fleming. I'm asking you to put the camera on her, please, media, if that's possible. Nikia, Yafa, come, because I'm telling you, this young lady works in post-audit, and I'm telling you, she can literally single-handedly lift this budget. Once you give her the numbers, once you tell her where to put stuff, you don't have to look back. So I want to thank her. Amika, excellent at making sure that whatever we discuss is shared, and we understand, if we have to make a change, all of that information is there. So I want to thank them. I really want to thank everyone for participating. So Nikia, thank you. Thank you for all that you've done. And I know that you're not new to the institution, but you lifted this. Okay, so I want to make sure that we clear on that. Use the real boss lady here. Yeah. But anyway, I also want to thank my colleagues who have been in the paint with me all summer. We've had 23 meetings, 64 plus agencies, 4 days of markup, which included markup days with committee chairs. So it's been a long, long process, but I want to specifically thank my committee members, the committee members of this committee, and Senator Joseph, she's not here today, and Senator Alkel Bulkes, Senator Diane Capehart, and Senator Franklin Johnson. They really came to the committee meetings, although they were not committee members. So I want to thank you for being here and participating in the process, because the work that you've done also have made it a lot easier for us to make decisions. So thank you. Things that I may not have thought of, you guys thought of. So it's just so important. So the entire post-audit division and, of course, the media division has been here with us. And we have to do a mid-year review. We passed that legislation, I think, sometime in the 33rd legislature. We have to do a mid-year review of our revenues to determine whether or not we are on task. We did do some reductions in a number of agencies in order for us to come back to a reasonable number. It was not an easy task, but we had to do what we had to do. So once we do the mid-year review, if the revenues are showing, that we're asking the executive branch to show and prove so we could make the necessary adjustments. But until that time, we have to stay within the confines that we have before us. So colleagues, we're going to move forward with getting to the vote on these bills so we can wrap up the Finance Committee's responsibilities for the FY 2024 budget. And I don't think I missed anyone. And if I did, I will catch it at the end. All right. So, Madam Clerk, call up the first item, please. That's how we do it, right? No, that's not how we do it. How we do it. My apologies, we're not in session. Do I have a motion, Senator Fonseca?
Motion, Madam Chair.
You recognize?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Bill number 35-0141, an act providing an appropriation from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands for the operation of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, proposed by Senators Novell E. Francis Jr. and Donna A. Fred Gregory, be favorably adopted by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0141, an act providing an appropriation from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands for the operation of the government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year of October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff and Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Noble E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35, that's 0141, an act providing an appropriation from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands for the operation of the Government of the Virgin Islands during fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. You recognize for your motion, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0142, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expense of the Virgin Islands Board of Education from the general fund of the Treasury of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, be favorably adopted by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0142, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Board of Education from the general fund of the Treasury of the Virgin Islands during fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff and Marvin Blyden. Roll call. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Noble E. Francis Jr. Senator Noble E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Bill number 35-0142, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Board of Education from the general fund of the Treasury of the Virgin Islands during fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0143, an act providing an appropriation from the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Office of Inspector General from the general fund of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, be favorably adopted by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0143, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Office of the Inspector General from the general fund to the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator DeGraff and Senator Blyden. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0143, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Office of the Inspector General from the General Fund of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. You recognize for your motion, Senator Fonseca.
Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0144, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, be favorably adopted by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0144 has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Novelli Francis Jr., and Senator Marvin Blading. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you. Bill number 35-0144, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and would be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator Fonseca, you recognize your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0145, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 be favorably adopted by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0145, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation from the General Fund. Okay, I'm going to start over. Bill number 35-0145 has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Marvin Blyden, and Senator Javan James Sr. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35, that's 0145, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration. Do I have
Motion.
You recognize for your motion, Senator Fonseca.
Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0146, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Public Employees Relation Board and the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, be favorably adopted by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35, that's 0146, has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff and Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35, that's 0146, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Public Employees Relation Board and the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for Rules and Judiciary for further consideration.
Motion.
You recognize your motion, Senator Fonseca.
Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0147, an act providing an appropriation for the Legislature of the Virgin Islands for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, be favorably adopted by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35, that's 0147, has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Javon James Sr., hearing no objections. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35, that's 0147, an act providing an appropriation for the Legislature of the Virgin Islands for fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, be favorably approved by this committee and be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you recognize your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Bill number 35-0148, an act providing an appropriation for the operation of the judicial branch of the Government of the Virgin Islands, the Judicial Council, and the Office of the Technical Amendment, capital THE in quotations, in Section 2 of the bill, line 11, before territorial. A territorial public defender during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024 be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35, that's 0148, has been properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Javon James Sr. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Okay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0148, an act providing an appropriation for the operation of the judicial branch of the Government of the Virgin Islands, the Judicial Council, and the Office of the Territorial Public Defender during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Bill number 35-0149, an act providing an appropriation for salaries and expenses of the Virgin Islands Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0149 has been properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator Javon James. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Okay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0149, an act providing an appropriation for salaries and expenses of the Virgin Islands Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
You recognize your motion, Senator DeGraff.
I move Bill number 35-0150, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority from the General Fund of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30, 2024, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0150 has been properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator Fonseca, Senator James Sr. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Okay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0150, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority from the General Fund of the Government of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize your motion.
I move Bill number 35-0151, an act providing an appropriation for the salaries and expenses of the University of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0151 has been properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Neville E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0151, an act providing an appropriation for the salaries and expenses of the University of the Virgin Islands during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator James, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0152, an act appropriating an appropriation from the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority and the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for operating expenses during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0152 has been properly moved by Senator Javan James Sr., seconded by Senator Novali Francis Jr., Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objections, Senator Ray Fonseca, hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0152, an act providing an appropriation from the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority and the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for the operating expenses during fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator James, you recognize your motion.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0153, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Public Services Commission for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0153 has been properly moved by Senator Javan James Sr., seconded by Novali Francis Jr., Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0153, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Public Service Commission for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Second. I mean motion.
Senator James, you recognize your motion. It's a lot.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0154, an act providing an appropriation from the Business and Commercial Properties Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement for operating expenses during the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0154 has been properly moved by Senator Javon James Sr., seconded by Dwayne M. DeGraff and Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0154, an act providing an appropriation from the Business and Commercial Properties Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement for operating expenses during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
You recognize your motion, Senator James Sr.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0155, an act providing an appropriation from the Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund as a contribution to the general fund of the Treasury of the Virgin Islands for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0155 has been properly moved by Senator Javon James Sr., seconded by Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0155, an act providing an appropriation from the Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund as a contribution to the general fund of the Treasury of the Virgin Islands for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary for further consideration.
Motion.
Do I hear a motion? Senator Blyden, you recognize your motion.
Thank you.
Please recognize Senator Blyden's mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 35-0156, an act providing an appropriation from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Department of Labor and the Virgin Islands Department of Finance for operating expenses during fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, be approved by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0156 has been properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35, that's 0156, an act providing an appropriation from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Labor and the Department of Finance for operating expenses during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
You recognize for your motion, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 35-0157, an act providing it for a lump sum appropriation from the Health Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Health and a contribution to the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands for fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 be approved by the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35, that's 0157, has been properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35, that's 0157, an act providing for the lump sum appropriation from the Health Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Health and a contribution to the General Fund for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Rules Committee for further Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Senator Blyden, you recognize your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 35-0158, an act appropriating a lump sum appropriation from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services for fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 be approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35, that's 0158, has been properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Novel Francis Jr. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yes.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yes, 1 absent.
Bill number 35, that's 0158, an act providing for the lump sum appropriation from the General Fund to the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator Blyden, you recognize your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 35-0160, an act providing an appropriation from the Virgin Islands Lottery as a contribution to the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands for fiscal year October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 be approved by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0160 has been properly moved by Senator Marvin Blyden, seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff and Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0160, an act providing an appropriation from the Virgin Islands Lottery as a contribution to the general fund for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and colleagues. I move that Bill number 35-0161, an act providing an appropriation from the operating expenses of the Waste Management Authority from the Sewer Waste Water Fund of the Government of the Virgin Islands for fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 be favorably approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriation, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-061 has been properly moved by Senator Francis Jr., Senator Novell Francis Jr., seconded by Marvin Blyden, Senator Javon James Sr., Senator Ray Fonseca, and Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yeah. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0161, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Waste Management Authority from the Sewer Waste Water Fund of the Government of the Virgin Islands for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleague, I move that Bill number 35-0162, an act providing an appropriation to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission for fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 be favorably approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Bill number 35-0162, an act providing an appropriation to the Virgin Islands Taxi Commission for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 has been properly moved by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.,
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0162, an act providing an appropriation to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission for fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator Francis Jr., I recognize your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0163, an act providing an appropriation from the Tourism Advertisement Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, the Office of the Governor, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works, the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, and the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism during fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 be favorably approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriation and Finance and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0163 has been properly moved by Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Javon James Sr., Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yeah. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0163, an act providing an appropriation from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, Office of the Governor, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works, the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, and the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
You recognize for your motion, Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0164, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Motor Vehicles from the Transportation Trust Fund during fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 be favorably approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0164 has been properly moved by Senator Francis Jr., seconded by Senator James Sr., Senator Blyden, Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yes. Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0164, an act providing an appropriation for the operating expenses of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Motor Vehicle from the Transportation Trust Fund during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024 has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration. You recognize your motion,
Yeah, help out.
Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just helping out the president, you know. I move Bill number 35-0165, an act providing an appropriation from the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund as a contribution to the general fund of the government of the Virgin Islands for the fiscal year October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0165 has been properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, seconded by Senator James Sr., Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objections. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0165, an act providing an appropriation from the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund as a contribution to the general fund of the government of the Virgin Islands for the fiscal year October 1, 2023 to September 30, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Senator DeGraff, you recognize your motion.
Chair, I move Bill number 35-0166, an act providing an appropriation for the operation of the Bureau of Schools Construction and Maintenance during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0166 has been properly moved by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, seconded by Senator James Sr., Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0166, an act providing an appropriation for the operation of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance during the fiscal year October 1, 2023 through September 30, 2024, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion. Okay. Go ahead. Fonseca.
Senator Fonseca, you recognize your motion.
Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0167, an act providing an appropriation from the District Public Road Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for the repairs of the government road in Estate Crown and Hawk, St. Thomas, be favorably adopted by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0167 has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan H. James Sr.,
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0167, an act providing an appropriation from the District Public Road Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works for the repairs of the government road in Estate Crown and Hark, St. Thomas, has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator Fonseca, you recognize your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Bill number 35-0168, an act providing an appropriation of $300,000 from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, to the University of the Virgin Islands for the construction of 2 sheds at John Brewers Bay Beach on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, be favorably adopted by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0168 has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yeah. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0168, an act providing an appropriation of $300,000 from the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, to the University of the Virgin Islands for the construction of 2 sheds at John Brewers Beach on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, has been has been favorably approved by this committee and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary for further consideration.
Motion.
Senator Fonseca, you recognize your motion.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0169, an act providing an appropriation of $500,000 from the Education Initiative Fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, to the Department of Education, Division of Curriculum and Instruction for final editing and proofing of customized Virgin Islands history textbooks, printing, hardcover editions of customized Virgin Islands history textbook, and completion of K through 8 social studies curriculum be favorably adopted by the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0169 has been properly moved by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Javon James, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent.
Mike.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Javan E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Bill number 35-0169, an act providing an appropriation of $500,000 from the Education Initiative Fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, to the Department of Education, Division of Curriculum and Instruction for final editing and proofing of customized Virgin Islands history textbooks, printing hardcover edition of customized Virgin Islands history textbooks, and completion of the K-8 Social Studies curriculum has been properly favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary for further consideration. Do I hear a motion, Senator Francis Jr.?
Motion.
You recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and colleagues. I move that Bill number 35-0077, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the St. Thomas Rescue, Inc., parcels number 146, revised submarine base number 6, Southwest Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of 1-story building and approximately 0.1899 U.S. acres of approved land, more or less, Zone P, for the purpose of operating a long-term headquarters for all rescue-related activities of the leasee and for other related purposes be held in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, pending amendments from the Department of Property and Procurement. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35, that's motion to hold Bill number 35, that's 0077 in this committee, has been properly moved by Senator Newell Francis Jr., seconded by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objections, roll call, please. And Senator Javon James, hearing no objections, roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion? Absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff?
Yes.
Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator Ray Fonseca?
Yes.
Senator Fonseca? Yes. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory?
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yes.
Senator Francis Jr.? Yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr.? Yes. Madam Chair, 6 yea, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion to hold Bill number 35, that's 0077 in committee has been approved. Colleagues, we have done the dance. We did the dance. But I just want to add that the agriculture bill, we've ensured that that bill is available until FY 2024. There was some funds, I think some $4 million left back from waste management. There was $15 million passed under the previous chair of the Finance Committee for waste management. There is some $4 million that still remains at the Office of Management and Budget. Those funds will be made available up to FY 2024. We did also set aside some funding for the University of the Virgin Islands for retroactive pay, which has not been paid out yet. We have to move the time. Yes, that was supposed to be paid in December. We have to move those until I'm not sure if it's all the way in 2024. I think it's for FY 2024 as well. And one of the things that I think is so important about the work that we've done is we will note that some of our departments and agencies who are usually funded by special funds, and those funds are in the red. We did not fund them from the fund balances that are in the red. We actually utilize the general fund. So we are asking in a very earnest and serious way that the Department of Finance, those funds that are utilized to build our budgets, that they take the time and reconcile those accounts. So in fiscal year 2025, when we work on our budget, we will not experience the same situation. I want to thank my colleagues, but I always leave the best for last. I want to give special kudos to my staff, Kayla, who is now off to law school, so she's no longer here with us. Samuel, who is new with us. Carissa, Kim, and I have to give a big shout out to Jamila Russell. She worked very closely with the Post-Audit Division, with Nakia, and they definitely pulled this off. Absent of the hard work of Jamila Russell, I could not have gotten this done. So I want to thank everyone, the media division, the reporters, our sergeants at arms, just everybody that played a role, and I hope I didn't forget nobody. Legal counsel, they pulled it off for us today. All of my colleagues, everyone that supported us during this process, I want to thank them. And the work is not done. We have a responsibility to ensure that we continue to watch the revenues, follow the revenues, and in March, April of next year, we will do another scrub of the revenues to make a determination as to whether we are on task with generating the revenues that we have projected. That's a mouthful. So colleagues, and of course, I can't forget the photographers who have taken wonderful pictures this season. But I have to say that this has been a very hard and long summer for me. I lost my nephew in Atlanta this summer, but I had to come back. Didn't have a chance to really grieve. We got it done. So colleagues, I want to thank you. I guess that's it. That's it. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance for September 19th, 2023 is hereby adjourned.
Good job.